All right, so now that I'm settled in a little bit, if everyone can see the little green raise hand symbol on the right-hand side of your screen, can you just raise your hand, click that button if you can hear me and see me? All right, we like this. Okay, thank you all. Okay, we've got just a couple more minutes while we get some things set up, and then we'll get started. Here's this in case you need it. All right.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, this is Tara in Kentucky.
So everyone who's got video or audio going now, for most of the gathering, we're not going to be using that. So it's wonderful to hear from you, Tara, in Kentucky. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And we're hoping to get quite a few folks in here today. So if we're all speaking and seeing each other, it's going to get a little chaotic. So as everyone comes in, you can mute your microphone and we'll be ready to go. It's been a lot of fun getting this ready for you all. Okay. Okay, just about 5 more minutes, everyone. And then we'll bring Tracy and Mario on to say hi and get the meeting started. 15 more minutes, my bad. Okay. All right. Oh, the thing I was going to say is you'll be able to respond to things and see hand raises and stuff like that if I do give you special permission. I've got my hand raised. All right, everyone's getting to see the nitty-gritty background of what it's like to put on these shows. Okay. Okay, we're getting closer. That you can watch. I don't think so. Yeah, it's different playlists. No, it's just available to admins. Okay. All right. We're getting close. It's so nice to meet everyone. These chats are fantastic. Just gonna if anyone has any questions or needs tech support or just needs to know something, you can chat it to me, and we're going to do our best on this end to respond. Unfortunately, a certain amount of audio, video hiccups along the way is sort of just part of the deal, but we're going to absolutely do our best to address any difficulties you encounter. So I and Jay, who's here with me, are going to both be fielding those, and we're here to help and make this as lovely and lovely and smooth an experience as possible. So we'll be able to let you know kind of more what to expect soon. So for now, you can just know that it's a combination of images and people and ideas, and I'm sure it'll be lots of fun. So from now on, if you need anything, you write it in the description. You're welcome. Thank you. So I hope they got that. Okay, you have to want to get a regular pen. Alright, we're getting close.
Hi, this is Diana.
Hi, Diana. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. So we'll be starting in just a few minutes, and
Good. I'm getting.
for the most part, I'm going to ask you not to use your microphone because we have a lot of people joining us. It's wonderful to hear your voice, and once Tracy and Mario come on, we'll want to keep it kind of as quiet as possible so that everyone can hear them.
Okay, that sounds good. So I'm going to try to do this on my iPad. So do I sign in with my name? Is that what I do?
Whatever you'd like to be known as in the meeting.
This works. I might not be able to do it. Yeah, I can't do my Adobe. Okay, I'll just have to do it on the phone, I guess.
We're just about to start, Diane. So do you need help, or can you mute your microphone now so we can bring up Tracy and Mario in a moment?
I'll mute it. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Cool to hear from you. All right. 4 more minutes. We're getting close. That's what Jay's doing too. That's our primary responsibility is creating stuff in front. All right, everyone. It looks like you're all getting here. This is so cool. We're just starting to calm down and have fun on this end, so. Or don't activate it in the first place. No mics, no video. A few people have come on and I politely asked them to. All right, everyone. We're getting very close. Just as a reminder to anyone logging on right now, most of your interaction tonight is going to be all just with typing and chat and polls. So you actually don't need your microphone or your camera on. And in fact, the noise can get a bit out of hand if everyone's trying to talk at once. So as you log on, don't bother turning on your mic and your camera. You can go purely for the visual and the speakers. Thank you all. We've got about 80 people on right now. There are 5 people per page. You can't hear me when I mute. You can't right now? Okay. No, I'm making sure that when I mute the computer, it mutes. So. Interesting. Learning new things. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Got just another minute or two. Pulling together the last few little details on this end. Hoping everyone's making it on okay. So let's do one more round of this just so we can make sure everyone's here, everyone's listening, everyone's engaged. So if you can hear me, anyone out there, you can click the little raise hand green button on the right hand side of your screen. Anyone who can hear me, please raise your hand so I can just make sure that you can. All right, 24, 35 people can hear me. This is fantastic. Okay, everyone. All right. All right. Glad you're all here. Thank you. All right, everyone. Without any further ado, let's get this meeting started.
Hi.
Hi,
everybody.
Hello, Pilot 4 participants. Mwah. We are so happy to see you.
Welcome, welcome. My name's Tracy Apple. This is Mario Trigueros. We're two people who you'll be involved with during this course. Anyway, we're just delighted you're here. Thank you for taking the intensive, and thank you for taking the time this evening, or I guess it's morning, a couple places, but for being together with us all in community. As I said, my name's Tracy Apple. I've been quite involved with this intensive and with the symposium, and actually with the Pachamama Alliance for quite a long time. This is, you may know, the fourth time we've run this Game Changer Intensive. Each time we have very active participants, and they are extremely generous in their feedback. So we think it's getting better and better. That's our hope and plan, our intention. But anyway, I say that by way of inviting you all along the way to be sure and let us know what works, what we could even do better in this course. In any case, we are. Most of you have already met in your small groups at least once, and here we are having a live community gathering. This is one of two that we'll be having during this intensive. And just to be frank, some of you may be thinking now, God, that intensive sounded like a good idea originally, but boy, it's taken a lot of time, and do I need to really be reading all this stuff and watching all these videos, and what about all that? And just to say straight up, your desire to take this intensive got you in here. To have it make a difference in your life, a real difference in your life, it's going to take a little something from you. This is not something which is going to just land on you and poof, you got it all. There's actually some, let me call it work, involved in the intensive. We've done our absolute best to put together a program of really excellent readings, videos, structures, but now it's going to be up to you. So this is your pep talk from me to, you're here, we're going to be releasing your second module tonight, but to stay the course, and we're delighted you're here. As those of you who've been around the Pachamama Alliance for any time know, we have a custom tradition of opening just about every single thing we do with what we call opening or acknowledging sacred space. This comes from our work and partnership with the indigenous people for whom all of life is sacred space. And we've asked Dennis Lucarelli, who is in Canada, I believe, to lead us tonight in a little opening of sacred space, and now we're going to check our technical capacity to see if we can actually get Dennis on camera and hear him. So, Ariel, will you give it a go? Camera and hear him. So.
Thank you, Tracy. I invite everyone to please let your eyes close. And as you breathe slowly, I invite you to let go of whatever is going on in your day, in your space, in the space around you, and just breathe in and out slowly. And now I invite you to notice something, notice a sensation that might be going on in your body. Notice what's going on inside you as you continue breathing. And notice something that you're grateful for. Just one thing. Notice something you're grateful for and allow yourself to feel connected with that for a moment. This morning, some words from an Indigenous elder came across my attention. Walking, I'm listening in a deeper way. Suddenly, all my ancestors are behind me. Be still, they say. Watch and listen. You are the result of the love of thousands. May this space that we are in today, in each other's companies, be blessed. And if you haven't already, allow your eyes to open. Tracy, Ariel, back to you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Beautifully, beautifully done. Dennis is one of our incredible moderators, and I heartily invite you, once you're done with the intensive, to actually volunteer to moderate. It's a great way to support other participants and dive deeper into the material. And Dennis has actually done just so much to support different participants and actually the intensive in a couple of different ways. So thank you so much, Dennis. My name is Mario Trigueros, as Tracy said, and I am the program manager for the Game Changer Intensive.
Yay!
I hope that most of you are happy to be here, and I can say without hesitation that I am just thrilled to be here. Living the embodiment of right action and right being is just positively important to me. And being part of a group of people, participants at different stages of their commitment to action and being able to play a part in it is just a wonderful, humbling, and inspiring role to play. So I'm on this path.
All right, shut the fuck up and just get on with it.
So we have close to 100 people online right now, just to give you a sense. And from watching the chat logs, we've got at least 3 other countries represented. We've got the UK, Hong Kong, and Costa Rica.
And Canada and Brazil.
Right. So, we've got people from across the world all plugged in and tuned into this live community gathering. So to all of you, welcome, and we're so, so glad that you're here. This live community gathering is really one of 2 chances we'll have to have everybody get together. You'll meet in your small groups, you'll talk in your discussion groups, in your discussion forums, but these live community gatherings are just a wonderful chance for us to all see each other. A quick little technical note, if all of you can make sure to mute your microphones. You might notice some feedback in the background. It makes a difference if you make sure to mute your phones, especially if you're calling in by phone. Mute your computers and mute your phones. So thank you. Do you want to talk about what we're here?
What are we doing?
Yeah,
let's talk about what we're doing. That's always a good idea. We're going to put 2 slides up, one after the other, just to remind ourselves what is the point of this intensive. So I'll read it, you can read it also. It's to create a forum in which people who've taken the Awakening the Dreamer Symposium are educated, empowered, and mobilized to engage in effective individual and collective actions that strike at root causes of current global crises and begin to transform the systems and structures that are inconsistent with a sustainable, just, and fulfilling world for all. That's the overarching purpose of the Game Changer Intensive. This next screen will show you what are we focusing on tonight. So this gathering, we call it the live community gathering, it's to provide a forum for intensive participants to experience themselves, and I'm going to read it, to experience ourselves as a community engaged in doing the inner and outer work needed to change the dream of the modern world and to change the game and this cultural story underpinning it. So that's basically the overarching message of what we're going to be doing here tonight. I want to emphasize, and the more I work on the intensive, the more it's clear to me what an important part it is of the intensive, this bit about doing the inner and outer work. So we're comfortable with the spirit principles of spiritual leadership. We thought, yes, I've come home. Others of us are.
Hello?
You lost me.
Test, test, test.
Am I alive? Am I live, as I said? Okay. So either what I said was so transcendental that it blew the wires.
Wow. I don't know if you all heard that, but that was just amazing.
Insufficient that it needs to be
You just
reported.
knocked my socks off, Tracy. This is, yeah.
Okay.
So hopefully you'll be getting our image on the screen in just a moment.
Program and where the sound worked perfectly all the time, where we had the feeling that we're all in one big room together. You know, that's actually not what we have, and we're sorry, and we're going to do our very best to make it work. Those of you who have discovered the chat room on the right side of your screen to say, whoops, we can't hear, that's a great way to communicate. So I'm just going to repeat that last point about in this intensive, it's about 2 journeys. It's the inner journey and the outer journey. And you might find that you're really happy when we talk about the inner journey. You know, it's finally a community of people who understand that it's who we be, how we are in the world that's going to make the difference. And you're a little less comfortable maybe when we start talking about game changer movements, sounds like politics. I'm not into politics. And then there may be others of us on the call who, you know, finally we got more people at the barricades. I've been doing this for years. But what's this kind of feely stuff about being? So just to be clear, in this intensive, the invitation for you is to merge them both and to expand and extend them both in yourself. So that's just kind of a little warning and reminder about that.
If I could just add to that, you know, not to overstate this, but we really do hear a lot from people. We'll hear from activists who are, you know, really just chomping at the bit to get at that meta-political analysis, to talk about what are the movements we can get involved in. We've got, likewise, we'll have people totally engaged in the power of story or the qualities of spiritual leadership who suddenly become disheartened once we actually start talking about the rigged game or inequality. Really take note, embodying both the ways of being and doing, that's a pretty big leap. Really give yourself space to notice when you're kind of in your stretch zone, or even you're feeling uncomfortable with one of those domains or the other. I was going to talk about the agenda quickly, if that's all right. So I'm just going to quickly go through a couple of housekeeping things. One, I wanted to talk about what we're actually going to go through tonight, and then go in a little bit about the actual technical platform that we're all using right now. So we just went through a quick little welcoming and an overview. Thank you again to Dennis for opening Sacred Space to us. I'm going to go through a little technical orientation of the platform that we're using right now, which is named Watchatu. We've got a really beautiful slideshow that goes through some demographics about who's actually on the call, who's taking the intensive, basically a little slideshow about you. We've got a whole bunch of different polls and chats and ways that we're going to be able to interact with each other. Then we're going to invite Bill Twist, our CEO and founder of the Pachamama Alliance. He's going to come on, give some remarks, and you'll actually have a chance to pose questions to him. We're going to go through the arc of the intensive journey from the beginning to end. What is it we're going to get at? What information are we going to cover? What are some of the areas we're going to touch on? And then we'll just close with a little completion, a little send-off quickly. So very quickly, I'm just going to go through a little bit of housekeeping in terms of what you're actually looking at. So obviously, you're part of an online webcast, and we're using this platform called Watchatu for now. And like Tracy said, we are so hungry to interact and give voice to you, and we'd love to be able to talk to you and see you. We don't have that capacity right now, but we still have a whole bunch of wonderful ways to actually interact with each other. So on the right-hand side of your screen, you should see a chat log. And the chat log is just a wonderful way of actually being able to talk to each other really quickly. I will note, if you're calling into this session, you won't see any of this, so just sit tight and enjoy the ride. But if you are connected by a computer, you're going to actually see the chat log going pretty rapid fire usually. A couple of notes about the chat log.
When you say chat log, do you just mean those?
Yeah. So right on
the right.
Yeah, exactly. So right on the right-hand side of your screen, there's actually 4 buttons, and the one on the left is basically 2 call-out windows. If you click on that button, you should see something that opens up that says chat, and something that opens up and says question. So right now I'm talking about the chat logs. It's just a really fun way of communicating with each other and sharing ideas, but a couple of points about it. So from previous intensives, one of the things that we've heard is that it can be a little distracting. So let's do our best to have one conversation at a time. So exercise some restraint. You'll find it can be hard because it's so fun to interact with people. But to the best that you can, let's try and focus on the conversation that we're trying to have up here. And we're going to give you a lot of opportunities to actually engage with the chat log and share and interact with each other in lots of other different ways. Short of being able to look at you, and whether it's via webcam or even shake your hand, we've got a few hug. I'm a hugger. I'll do it. We've got a few other things that we brought in. So one is questions, and again, you can see the questions button just to the right of the chat button. If you click on that, it's a way of posing a confidential question, or I should say a question only we can see. Later on, when we bring on Bill Twist, you'll have a chance to ask your own questions of him. So we will pull the questions that you pose from the question area. So I urge you to use that. You've already played with the raise hand functionality. This is just a way of capturing our attention. We've got some technical people online right now doing their best to answer your questions and help you out. Raising your hand is a great way to get their attention. And finally, we've got quick polls, which you'll see momentarily. Quick polls, you'll see a little pop-up on your screen with basically a question. Your job is to answer the question, and it should be pretty obvious. Why don't we actually jump into our first quick poll, and this is just to get ourselves familiar with the process. So let's go ahead and bring up. I'm going to keep. How's sound back yet? Sound's back.
Isn't this challenging and fun? Just like changing the dream of the modern world. Challenging and fun, but we persist.
So I'm going to guess what you are, Tracy. Will it offend you if I guess
No,
whether you're a lion, tiger, or bear?
Wait, is it what we are or what we're choosing?
It's a choice. You can interpret it how
Okay, all
you'd
right.
like. I'm going to interpret for you
All right.
that your choice would be lion.
Thank you.
Was I close?
Absolutely.
All right, your turn for me.
Okay. Bear.
Sorry, that's incorrect. But so we got a lot of responses. Looks like tigers are most definitely in the lead with 46% of people who are behind it. Just to give you a sense of, how it actually works. This is the polls. You're going to put something on there. We can see on our screen, lions are at 30%, bears are at 28%. So it's just a fun way for you to actually put your opinion about something out. And we're going to have several different polls throughout the day. And you can probably also see the chat log firing on the right-hand side as people, Macumber, puts out, your comments on what's actually going through their minds as we ask these questions. So just naturally comes up as a great way to share. All of this new technology and new ways of interacting with each other. Let's go to our next poll. So for our next poll, we're curious, how many of you, is this your first time taking an online course? Very simple one, yes or no?
Yes, it's my first time. No, it's not my first time.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we're answering.
So far, a lot of no's. And
have you taken an online course?
I have taken an online course. I tried taking a calculus course, and I won't say how I did.
Okay.
By far, we've got a lot of people who've actually taken courses before. 75% of the people online have taken a course before. Or I should say have said no, they haven't taken an online course before. All right. Very interesting. So, this whole online format's a relatively new beast for us and for some of you as well. A little note, we are in a pilot phase, so we're really hoping that you'll help us make this better. As we learn this technology and learn what we can do with it, please, please, please give us feedback. We'll give you an opportunity to do that later.
I think the biggest technical suggestion I have is patience.
It's true.
Seriously, just patience with it all as we all work with these systems.
Yeah. So let's go to our next quick poll. So we're about to release module 2, which means that we've had 2 weeks of small groups. And for a lot of people, this has been some of their favorite times. So really curious how it's affected you. So how was your first small group meeting? Loved it? The best part so far? It was fine. Glad I did it. Disappointing. I had major tech problems. Missed it. Or what small group meeting? So
at least we didn't get any of those.
Yeah, nobody missed, or I should say we've got a couple of people who've missed it. At least people know what the small group meeting is. We've got 32% of people who said they loved it. About 44% said that it was fine. 47% now said it was fine, glad I did it, but it wasn't necessarily the best part of what they did so far. About 8% of people actually said that it was disappointing, and about an equal number of people said you had technical problems. We definitely want to help you with your tech problems, so a quick little thing is to send an email to tech@pachamama.org. There's also a tech help button on the course website. Please, please, please use it. We'll do our best to help you out because, as you can see, people are glad they did it at the very least, and for a good chunk of people, it was the best thing that they've done so far. So we'd love to help you with that experience if we can do a tech little tech support session for you.
And if I could just comment on the small groups, in the last pilots that we've done, many people have said the small groups are their absolute favorite part. And it doesn't mean it isn't challenging. You're trying to kind of connect with people you don't even get to see their faces, and sometimes they don't show up, and the moderators are shifting. Despite all that, people love them. And so we encourage you to give your small groups a chat. I will say that there was one small group from the last pilot who they joined the climate train a couple weeks ago. So some of them from their small group jumped on in Emeryville in California. Someone else jumped on in Boulder. They met up with other members of their small group, people they'd never even met before, and they marched together. And some of them are just keeping on meeting on and on. So much for the possibility of small groups.
See a chat that just came up from Dennis. My group was a bunch of amazing people, and I'm eager to connect with them again in conversation. So again, just a great opportunity to connect to other people trying to change the game.
What we're going to do now is take a couple minutes just to get a sense of who is in this intensive with you. We've got about 300 people, and we're going to just take a look now at some slides that will give us some demographics and other information. Ariel's making big faces, so that must mean she's not exactly ready. So let me tell you who's here. One of the ways to find out the discussions.
There we go, back on.
So what we're doing is we're adjusting to change right here on this call. Sometimes you hear the speakers. Sometimes you see their face and have no sound at all, and you make up what they're saying. Sometimes you don't know what's going on. Welcome to life, and welcome to the intensive. Anyway, let's keep on. So these are real pictures. These are the people in your course with you, who you just saw on the screen. Here are more of us. If you haven't posted your photo, your profile, it's fun. It's just fun to be able to see the kinds of folks who are in the course with you. You can see if you recognize them. How many? About 297, of whom 30 are not in the U.S. And to those of you who are in different time zones as well as not in the U.S., thank you. It adds a tremendous quality of richness to have people from all around the world in the intensive. Thanks for being here. Next. Just in case you wanted to know, yes, it's true. Almost 80% of us are women, and I'm not going to make a sweeping statement about why women would take the intensive. You're going to do that yourselves. We've got 20% of men, and let's see, ages. Gosh, it's hard to read. Who can read that? Maybe because I'm in the old one. I gave myself away. Mario, what does it say?
I'm going to guess you're turquoise or purple. So we've got 25% of people are between 55 and 64, and about 21% are 65 or above. Those are the two biggest blocks we have. Just behind that are ages 45 through 54, and then 35 through 44, both at about 18%. So a good chunk of the people participating are over 35, and actually even bigger chunk are over 55. So welcome. Very, very happy to have you here.
And I know we're not supposed to be looking at the chat rooms. We're supposed to be paying attention to our wonderful commentary. However, I did notice this one that said, what a wonderful place to meet enlightened older women. Yes. Okay, next slide. Where are we? So yes, mostly North America. And I do want to say the intensive was really designed for a U.S. audience. Some of the programs we're going to suggest are only available in the U.S. So the Europeans, Asians, Australians, and Latin Americans who are taking the course, they're kind of just unstoppable. It's the next thing for the Pachamama Alliance. They don't want to miss it, and they're willing to do whatever extra work they need to do at their end to have it make sense and be relevant in their Pacha work in their countries. And we really, really do welcome you guys. Thanks for being with us in the intensive. Next, please. I think you might have remembered when we read the purpose, we said that the whole intensive was designed to follow on the symposium, the Awakening the Dreamer Symposium. It's for people who do the basic work and then want to go deeper. So for us, it's a pretty interesting question. When did you take your last symposium, or maybe it was your first? What do those things say? I can't remember.
So we've got several different categories here, and by far, as you can see, most of them have taken a symposium in the last month. We got 39% of you have taken the symposium within the last month, which, you know, I would think means you've been electrified, you're engaged, really excited. And then almost equally distributed within the last year, 16% more than 2 years ago, about 17%, and about 17% of people in the facilitators as well.
Great.
Next slide.
So we did ask you to fill out an application. We asked you to look at why you were taking this intensive, both for us and for you. And here's what some of us said. Someone said, I believe that the earth, the animals, plants, and its people from each area and walk of life are crying out for systemic change in our world today. Next. Another one of us said, I'm passionate about our role in the Earth's next evolutionary moment. I wholly believe that we are constantly co-creating reality with the universe. Another of us said, those who are awakening are coming together with a unified vision for the world we want to see thriving. GCI is one of the signs of that. I would like to learn and be part of a community that cares for all living things everywhere. I need an energizing experience to keep me going. I'm getting tired and want new ideas and approaches, deepening. I'm a mother of 3 young children. It's my responsibility to do what I can to ensure a sustainable future for them and future generations. So again, there we are. As proud as we are of the material we've put together in the intensive and the arc, kind of the intellectual, philosophical, and contextual arc of this course, I have to say that one of the other great parts of this course is you guys. The people who take this intensive and the way y'all relate to each other on the forums, in the small groups, I think you will find is one of the unbelievable components of this course. And again, we're all delighted you're here. I'm going to read you a few other comments. Are the introduction module and the module on story, and I just want to read you a couple of more comments from your community. One person said, I was feeling so alone. Another, as I listened to Bill Twist, what truly resonated with me was the concept of a functioning democracy for the sake of we the people. It all felt a bit revolutionary in a very good way. And I reflected on what the signers of the Declaration of Independence must have felt when they took the first step to separate from England, when they dared to speak thoughts that had not yet been spoken. Geez, how come I just got goosebumps? Somebody commented, and again, these are taken from the discussion forums. If you read all the forums the way I do, you'll know all this as well. Watching these 3 videos stimulated what feels like a profound paradigm shift for me. The idea of not trying to do a better job of functioning in the current model, but rather changing the model is really sinking in for me. And it feels so doable. Together with the kind of people I meet around Pachamama, we really can get this done. I'll just read 1 or 2 more. I'm not so radical in my own lifestyle that I'm yet in a position to put myself outside of the Western consumer machine. I'm in it. I'm part of them. So I'm going to need to be a game changer working from the inside out.
That's beautiful.
And here's 1 more. I realized that once we've woken up and realized that the systems and structures are the rigging holding our current direction in place, we become part of the rigging unless we take action for change. goosebumps again. What's going on tonight? We ourselves are part of the system, and silence is the structure of complacency. I'm clear that I either work to change the status quo or I become part of what keeps the status quo in place. The challenge, at least for me, is how to transform the game without making the way it is now wrong. I'll stop for now.
That's wonderful. And just to clarify, for those of you who haven't seen the discussion forums, there's going to be at least one discussion forum in every module. And, you know, we, as Tracy said, we go through all of the discussions, and we highly, highly suggest you do as well. It's just a wonderful place to actually sit, think through a thought, and get it out on paper, or get it out into the world and online. It's a really, really rich area to go check out, so I highly encourage it. And just to, in case you didn't know, I think most of you have a sense, the discussion forums, you've got 24 to 36 people that are interacting with you. So, you know, it's a relatively small group of people that you can end up getting to know by name.
And just that's a change. That first introduction module, by the way, that was open to the whole group all the time, and that's why there are hundreds and hundreds of postings. People let us know that it's just overwhelming to read postings, even if they're wonderful, from hundreds and hundreds of people. So we've got you in groups of about 24 to 30. Can we have the next quick poll up? And it's going to say, what's been your participation in the discussion forums? Here are your choices. They're interesting and engaging. I've read, but I haven't posted. I don't really get how it works. I would like to post, but I really don't have the time, and they're just not for me. So
we got about 53% of people saying they're interesting and engaging, about 30% saying that they've read but haven't posted. Fair enough. About pretty small percentage don't really get how it works. Again, I'm happy to help you out. Just email us at tech. And about 12% would like to post but have, can't see the end of that, but don't have the time.
Yeah.
So most people are, again, finding them really interesting and engaging, and have at least read through them if you haven't posted. You know, I'll also say there's something to be said, you know, your posting or responses don't have to be earth-shattering. Simply telling somebody, you know, really wonderful idea, or just acknowledging them, that actually goes a long way to building community as well, and giving people a sense that they're being heard and that someone's listening.
That's nice. That's great. I want to make one other comment about the discussion forums. So you have your 24, 36 people in your group. If you have an idea for the intensive, or just an idea in life that you want all 300 of us to know about, there's going to be a button starting tonight on the Moodle site that says Great Stuff. It's called the Great Stuff Forum. You can feel free to put anything you'd like the whole community to see on the Great Stuff Forum. Again, in the past, these have been one of the richest places, true treasure trove, actually. When you realize there are 300 people like us posting great stuff in one place, you can see how valuable it is. Okay, can we have the next poll up? Changing tenor right now. So we're going to ask everyone to consider, and again, if you're on the phone, you're not going to get to post your result, but you can still answer in your own head. What do you think is the most pressing issue in the U.S. now? First choice, government dysfunction. Next, climate change. Next, economic inequality. Next, war in the Middle East. Next, the Kardashians.
Kardashian.
You can see I don't even read people. Dag nabbit.
Did you really say the Kardashians?
I quit. Yeah, the Kardashians. You see there? I'm not going to check that one. I can't even pronounce it. All right, and finally, the underlying story of separation. And cleverly, you only get to pick one. Some of us would probably like to pick all of them. What's the one? If you had to pin it on one thing, then if that thing could be broken apart, transformed, it would make the difference. What do we think? So many of us are clear that it's the government. That's the biggest thing that needs and wants to change, could make the biggest difference. Many of us are also clear that without a planet, as we say, there's nothing you can do to make it work if we don't even have a planet. Economic inequality, 7 of us understand that to be fundamental. War in the Middle East, nobody. And I'm not going to say the next one since I do such a bad job at pronouncing it. And let's see, we've got, I guess, the highest percentage of people who have a sense that if we were to transform the way people see the world as separate and each other as separate, that can make the whole game change deeply, deeply and profoundly. That's kind of our lead into the next part of the call, which is when we're inviting Bill Twist, who, by the way, he isn't exactly the founder of the Pachamama Alliance. He's one of the three founders. There was Bill Twist, Lynn Twist, and John Perkins, who together, frankly, are responsible for the fact that we're on this call in the first place, that there's the Pachamama Alliance, that there's an Awakening of the Dreamer Symposium, and this intensive. So Bill is the CEO, and I've known and worked with Bill for a long time, and I will say that when he met the Achuar people, the people living in the forest, and in some way let himself be touched to his core, I'd say at the molecular level, by who they are, what they're saying, what's possible, I think he changed fundamentally, completely and fundamentally, and in many much worse. No, much better. And really the symposium, the whole idea for the symposium, Bill was frankly the source point for that. And for saying a couple years ago, that symposium's great, but you know what? Unless we address the systems and structures that are in place, keeping us from an environmentally sustainable, spiritually fulfilling, socially just human presence, we kind of just whistling in the dark here. So at that point, the Pachamama Alliance, we addressed ourselves to what does it even mean to address the systems and structures, and how do we do that, and still that we're going to change the dream of the modern world. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask Bill to just talk for a couple minutes, and I'll start by asking you a question, Bill, or maybe you have something you want to talk about. At the end of about 10 or so minutes, we're going to invite you to go to that little place where there's an orange question at the top, question mark and the word question. And if you have a particular question that you would love to have Bill address about the intensive, really, or some part of it, you can feel free to post it there, and we have people here who will be gathering the questions and posing them. But for now, Bill, at the get-go, do you have something you want to say?
Give me a question. Then maybe I'll just say what I want to say. I don't like your question.
Okay. Well, what do you think is possible with the intensive? Why do we have an intensive? Why didn't we just stop with the symposium?
Good question. Well, I think actually when I saw the last poll and the answers to the last poll, the two things that came up were the government dysfunction was one domain, and the other was the underlying story of separation. So those are two totally different domains. Mm-hmm. And that's ultimately what we're trying to accomplish with the intensive, is to empower people to function effectively in two different domains. One a domain of being and vision, and the other a domain of action. And I was happy to see that the Kardashians didn't come up, because I wouldn't figure how we function in that domain. Yeah, so, and you know, I know the underlying story of separation, that was embraced so strongly by the group. It's really consistent. It's consistent with, or part of, the module we just completed, the Power of Story, which I love that module. I did it with a couple of the groups that are in intensive right now, and just had rich conversation. And it actually brought me back and brought me back to kind of how the Pachamama Alliance got started, and how the Power of Story was such an important part of the whole creation of the Pachamama Alliance. You know, we started as an organization 19 years ago, a very activist organization. And our work from the beginning, at the beginning, was we were fighting and resisting. We were fighting oil development. We were supporting indigenous people. And fortunately, very early on, the indigenous people said to us that the real work for us to do was to go up in our part of the world, certainly keep our shoulder next to theirs, fighting and resisting, but the real work to do was to change the dream of the modern world. So that set us, that put us in a direction where we recognized that the power of story, the vision that people have, raising consciousness, education, was the work to be done. And that was the work we did for, well, it took us a while before we took that on, but in 2005, I think we took that on with the symposium. And so we kind of left our activist roots down in the rainforest and raising consciousness, educational people organization. And at some point that appeared to be not sufficient by itself either, and we needed to get into looking at the systems and structures that would, even if we had a vision of connection, and that we could get beyond this vision of separation, or the myth of separation that we live in, even if we could get beyond that and have a new vision that inspired us, there are systems and structures in place that are actively working against the manifestation of a new vision. So
here's one of the structures that's working against it right now, is the fact that somebody isn't muted, apparently. Somebody on the phone, maybe, would you make sure all of you are muted, because we're getting information that people hearing guitar music in the background when they'd like to be hearing Bill. We didn't mention, by the way, that this entire gathering is being recorded and is going to be made available to you in 48 hours on the Moodle site. So you'll be able to catch up stuff you don't catch up here. But anyway, Bill, please.
great. Yeah, the trajectory of the organization is actually mirrored in what we're doing with the intensive. So the organization is now working. The Pachamama Alliance is working both in general, to continue to raise consciousness, and we recognize that along with raising consciousness, getting engaged in critical action is absolutely essential. The issue that comes up, and I love it, it comes up in the discussion forums that people see, it's a real challenge to maintain a sense of vision, of being, of connection, of heart, and get involved in the world in activism and action. And that's why we have the conditions of the qualities of a game changer. It's somebody who can do that. You know, we're playing with this new term, a proactivist leader, to refer to what kind of person that is, that can stand in the world with a deep sense of their connection and responsibility, being informed by nature, the natural world, and also skillfully, like a warrior, getting involved in action. Task, and that's the task we're taking on with oh. You can't. Well, I could.
All right. Thank you all for being patient while we figure this out. We're just trying to get the sound smoothed out a little bit.
Are we back on? Are we on? Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to the patience practice. All right, so we did get interrupted when Bill was talking. Two things. Number one, he's going to repeat that last point about proactivist leaders. Number two, if you stick around the work of the Pachamama Alliance, you're going to hear this stuff many times in many different versions, because this is really what we're doing. So, Bill, if you would mind picking up again about what is a proactivist leader?
Yes. So this two domains of being in the world, being and acting in the world. Clearly, we are committed that what we are trying to do, what our work is aimed at doing, is creating as a new kind of human being, a human being that recognizes that he or she is deeply embedded in the natural world, interconnected with it all, informed by it, and actually has a position of responsibility now for shaping the future of evolution. That's a domain of consciousness, of being, of choice, of stand. There's another domain of action that we're saying it's essential to get involved in, and to meld those two without losing the sense of connection and heart and inclusiveness is a real challenge. And the qualities of a game changer attempt to address that, and this new idea we have of a proactivist leader is another way of looking at it. There's a great example for me of a proactivist leader we're saying is somebody who's for something without losing that sense of connection, responsibility, that sense of being part of the evolutionary unfolding. So I want to frame this whole issue of democracy a little bit differently than we framed it so far, or maybe it's been framed so far, but it hasn't necessarily been picked up. It's not about reclaiming democracy. It's not about fixing democracy. The thing we're talking about, we've actually never had. It's never been achieved. We humans have never actually created a structure of governance that matches this vision that's inspired by a recognition of our interconnectedness, that information that inspires the unfolding of evolution comes from everywhere. There's intelligence, there's guidance everywhere. There's intelligence, there's guidance everywhere in the human family. We talked about democracy 200 years ago. The idea as a structure of governance first appeared. We've never achieved it, and it's absolutely essential now that vision be put in place, that to address the issues that need to be addressed without actually completing that evolutionary journey of the species coming up with a way that its collective intelligence can actually come to bear on the priorities and the public policy that we create for ourselves. That's what's essential. So this issue isn't about reclaiming democracy. It's not. It's not about fixing something it's broken. It's about putting something new in place that we've never had. So that's a way a proactivist leader would look at this. We're not trying to tear something down. We're not making something wrong. We're recognizing that the trajectory we've been on hasn't gotten to where it needs to get as a match for the evolutionary possibility for us now. So a proactivist leader is for something. We're for things. We're actively for bringing something new into existence. And that's a useful distinction for me. It reminds me more of what a proactivist is.
So I'm going to, thank you. I'm going to invite us to just take a break, a body, feeling, breathing break right now. That was an incredible, if you want to call it, download. Can you just have Bill's words resonate in whatever part of you they live. And let's just be silent here for a minute and be sure to breathe. Thank you. What Bill was describing is why you're in this course. It's why you're drawn to the Pachamama Alliance. It's why you're taking 2 to 3 hours a week for 6 weeks to become the kind of proactivist we're describing. So as we keep going with this call tonight, it wouldn't hurt to kind of acknowledge yourself, thank yourself, be grateful that you're here, that you're open, that you could hear these words. And I thought that was great, what you just said. I really appreciated it.
Thank you.
Is there anything else right there you want to say? You got time, so feel free if there's something, or I have questions, or we'll open it.
Well, I think the next module
Yes.
that we're getting into is also a module I love. It's a module about evolutionary activism, and for me, when I first encountered this idea, there was a huge sense of nobility, possibility, meaning in my life, meaning in my life as a part of the human family. I guess I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say any more about it other than I think it's a great module, which, if it works, is intended to give a sense of power, responsibility, meaning in people's lives, and that's why it's in here.
Wonderful.
So I won't say any more about it other than I hope you all enjoy it.
Thank you. That's great. We're going to open this up to your written questions in just a minute. And before we do that, I'm going to bring up something that showed up quite a bit on the discussion forum. If you looked at the discussion forums, you'll see the first one was, I think it was the first one. It said, do you think the game is rigged? What do you think about Bill's talk on is the game rigged? And you all had tons to say, and then you responded to each other. It's a very rich field, frankly, the response. By the way, the responses went from, God, I never knew that. God, really? To, hello, thank you all for waking up finally. But several people had this one question that I want to pose to you, Bill, and they said it a couple different ways. Somebody said, there are so many valuable causes in the world that it's easy for me to feel overwhelmed. I can already feel that the concept of striking at the root causes helps focus my energies like a laser instead of having them scattered in multiple areas. And then somebody else says, but how do I know I found the root rather than the leaves? And is it a major root or a minor root? So how would you like to respond to that?
I would say that's a great question. Well, let's see. I don't know that there's a direct, simple answer.
And I want to say the person who posed the question is someone who isn't in the U.S. and who, because we have solutions, we have suggestions, let me say, that we're going to come upon later in the course. What we think, you want to really get to the root, try this. But this is from somebody who is interested, but he can't use those models. So what's the thinking? Or maybe we don't know. Maybe I think we can say that too. But.
Well, yeah. I think the frame I just gave to the democracy discussion, our dysfunctional democracy, at some level, that's the root of human existence. So I'm not sure how much deeper you can go to than how we humans as a species organize ourselves to fulfill on whatever our function for being here is. So I guess the way you look is just keep looking as deeply as you can to find out if there's something behind even the thing that you're looking at. That's not to say that there aren't lots of really important things for people to be working on. And people shouldn't stop working on important things that they're committed to because they're worried that they may not have found the route. But just being open to being enrolled into something that maybe you put your additional time into along with the thing you're working on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. If you do have a question, if you'd like to ask it, you want to go to that gray box with an orange question mark. Just type in a question. Do we already have some, Mario? Great. Mary and Mario, I can't see them. All right, we're going to find your questions. Thank you for posing them. Another breathing break while we get your questions. Oh, Bill. I hope you like hard questions.
I was going to say find an easy one.
Okay, sorry. No, I'm going to do them. Where is it? It said something like, is it realistic to think that those who are in power now will cede it without violence? How would you respond to that?
Well, let's see. There's a lot of evidence that to get power to cede its power takes violence. And I think that's and that's the way it was when the story we were living in was one that separation was the dominant way of being in the world. I don't think we're at the place yet where power is going to cede its power without violence, but I think that's the trajectory we're on. We're moving in that direction. And the better job we do of disseminating and instilling the power of a story of connection and sufficiency for we human beings, the more we're going to move towards where that is going to be a possibility and a reality. I mean, eventually it's going to be a reality, and how we navigate to that will be the work.
Thank you. Another one is, how does the Pachamama Alliance relate to other organizations that are doing aligned but not quite the same work as us? And I don't know if they want to know if there's some structural relationship. I'm not sure what they're asking, but that's the question.
Well, there's a lot of organizations. There's a lot of organizations working in this domain of getting a democracy that functions as intended in this country, and there's many different roles people are playing. We've chosen to partner specifically with one that is doing grassroots organizing, because what we think we're producing with the people that are coming through the Game Changer Intensive and the other programs we're doing are individuals who have their bodies and their commitment and their energy that they can put to effort, and getting involved in grassroots organizing feels like a perfect match for what we're producing as game changers or proactivist leaders, them getting involved in grassroots organizing. And so we found a couple of organizations that do a phenomenal job of grassroots organizing, way beyond anything we could do, way beyond our capabilities. So aligning ourselves with them and attempting to mobilize people to join with them feels like the most powerful thing, most powerful way we can use the assets and the partnership of all the people that are joined with us. That's the most powerful way we can encourage them to get involved. Doesn't mean that there aren't other organizations working in the democracy area that need people to sign petitions, that need people to come out for rallies, and we would encourage people to do all of that. Just the thing that is at the core, really makes a difference now, is building a grassroots movement.
Great. That may be the answer to Carol's question. Is it better to have all of us working on different things, or should we all work together on one thing at a time, as in force in numbers?
Well, I think there's a tremendous, there's a dynamic where we can break through if we amass enough focus and attention of numbers on a certain issue. And there's the danger that if we spread ourselves thin, we'll never break through. And there needs to be some kind of a breakthrough to start to shatter the condition of unworkability that's out there. So we argue for focusing.
And we would say the issues that we are suggesting focusing on are both democracy and climate change and carbon tax.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for one more question, and this one is, can you speak to what it is to work on something that may not come to fruition in our lifetimes?
I think that's a wonderful possibility to be able to do that, to see, to see that the things you're working on are of such a scale and import that probably likely they won't come to fruition in your lifetime.
Confession, his wife is the person who posted that question. She's in the course. She knew what would get you. Thanks, Lynn. And thank you, Bill. Thank you so much for being with us and for inspiring this intensive, and for your leadership in this alliance.
Thank you.
Right, everybody? Yay, Bill.
And thank you all for participating in this great journey.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Bill. Mario. Oh, well, that was wonderful. Okay. I think we've got a quick poll coming up.
All right. So let's jump into a quick poll. Thank you so much, Bill. My heart's fluttered. So let's talk a little bit about activism. So in terms of activism, what's true for you? I'm a longtime activist. I've been involved with some causes. I care a lot but don't have time. I want to act but don't know how, or something else. Let us know via chat. Trying to get a sense of where you actually all stand with activism. Can you, what do you see there, Tracy?
Yeah, 35% long-time activists.
Wow, 35%.
Yeah. Almost 48% have been involved in some causes. Nobody says they care, but they don't have time. Congratulations for telling the truth. That's a great one. Almost 9% of us want to, but we just don't really know what to do. And other people have some things that they're going to post in the chat. That's great. Thank you.
Somebody posted in a chat, I've always cared but have had issues with the fixed change nature of activists whenever I was involved. So, Bill was speaking to some of that this idea of a pro-activist that embodies that sort of internal spaciousness and interconnectedness in addition to a sense of wanting to change the outside. Will hopefully be some direction that you can explore there.
I want to remind you that the chats will be visible after the course because people are posting some really beautiful stuff now and you don't have time to read it all. It stays available to you. But I think we're going to do a chat activity.
Yeah, should we do the chat activity or should we jump to this?
Chat.
Great. So can we show the slide? So we're going to spend a couple of minutes sharing our ideas about this statement, or this question. So how are you taking what you've learned from the course out into the world? So we'd love to get a sense, and we know we're early in the course. You've gone through the intro and really one module. But at some point, as Tracy sort of alluded to in the beginning, at some point it's going to take our effort and our commitment to really take what we've learned and put it out into the world. So I'm curious, some of you may just be simmering with this, but I'd love to hear how others might have already taken what you've learned and taking it out into the world.
And we're going to be quiet for a minute so you can write and read, but I'll just say one comment. Again, no matter how great the course is, how much you like the readings, the videos, even the small groups, where the course lives ultimately is in your actions in the world. And some of us may have really found some great ways, even at this point in the course. So we wanted the fact that we're all together now so we could poll each other. Anybody coming up with anything great? Again, we're not going to have time to read them all right now, but here's going to be a little treasure trove of ideas from your fellow participants.
So we'll probably give you maybe a minute to run through these and just absorb them in. Let your fellow participants' actions really soak into your heart.
Great.
Mm-hmm. Just a few more seconds. I'm loving what I'm seeing. I mean, so over and over again,
Fabulous.
people really sharing, sharing what you're learning. I think that is wonderful. And, we're going to talk a little bit about this, but, one of the key ways that this intensive is actually going to grow is through word of mouth, and is really from how much you really spread the word to your family, community, your acquaintances, really get pass the word of the intensive to your community. So all of you who are sharing what you're going through, wonderful. It's really, really wonderful to hear. So we're getting near the end, and I just wanted to quickly go through really the arc of the intensive, what we're going to go through, what you can expect over the next few weeks. As we've talked about, we're going to be releasing Module 2 just about as soon as we're done out of here. So what to expect for the rest of the modules. So all of this information is available on the course website and on the Pachamama Alliance website with actually more details. So you don't have to memorize any of this right now. But just to give you a sense, we've kind of conceived of the flow of the course as in sort of two domains. The first three modules really focus on how to be in the world. How do we really how do we transform and really see what we consider to be true and actually recognize it as a story through that first module? Into this next one, which is, evolutionary activism, and really poses the question of what is it for us as human beings? What is our responsibility at this particular moment in time? And what would it mean for all of us to be working together as evolutionary activists, really to shape evolution, the evolution of life on Earth, and really posing that question of potentially having the power to shape evolution. And this is a wonderful, tool that we're going to have to take if we really want to get through and make change, which is the case for grounded optimism. This is, what can we actually have an authentic sense of hope in as we move forward? And then we pivot to looking at what to do, and we start with the rigged game. And this is really exploring how institutionalized oppression really embeds not only our homes and our communities, but the entire political system. That takes us into Module 5.
Well, I also want to say that in the rigged game, we also talk about economic inequality.
Absolutely.
So Module 4, when that one comes at you, just clear everything off your decks for the week if you don't mind. It's a pithy, fabulous module.
It's probably my favorite module. Really excited about that one. And that takes us to game-changing movements. These are those sort of high leverage points that we're trying to get at, that we think that lots of the different movements we're interested all sort of pivot around. We're particularly interested in democracy and climate change. And that takes us to our last and final module, going forth, which is where we're actually going to do the best that we can to actually create an action plan.
And by we mean you. So we are going to give you as many tools as we can, but just to be clear, this intensive is going to live when it lives in you and in your actions after we end. So we're going to put as much support around you as we can so that you leave with an actual action plan for yourself. Ariel, will you see if John Love is, if we can reach him? Can't reach John right now? Okay. John Love is one of the creators and designers of the course. He was online before, but I think we can't reach him right now. At some point, maybe in our next live gathering, we'll introduce him to you. What, Ariel, yes or no? John Love.
John Love.
This is John. As I say, he's been a key designer of both the symposium and the intensive, and has appreciate what the intensive is doing in the world and what we're doing in the intensive. And John, just wanted to give you a minute to say anything you wanted to about either of those things.
Well, yeah, when I listen to Bill and Mario and you talk about these different domains of being and doing, or, the being and being in action. The intensive is probably one of the only places where you are stretched to develop all the capacities that you need to be a game changer of being in spirit, being in body, and knowing, really analyzing a situation where we find ourselves on the planet today. And then from there, determining what action to take. And I think a lot of us are really good in one or two of those domains, really good, tapping into our spirit or being embodied presence, or thinking, really good at analyzing, or we're activists, we're out there doing something. And the intensive is really asking you to tap into all of those and develop them kind of like a balanced package. So my encouragement would be to look at where you're drawn, your strengths are, and okay, good, but really develop in those places where maybe you haven't developed so far. So the intensive really is asking us all as game changers to develop all of that. So that's what I had to say.
What's next? I want to say something now that
Thank you so much, John. Sorry, I think we transitioned before we let go of John. Thank you. That was so wonderful.
So I want to say something now where my intention is that for there to be butterflies in the stomach of every single person on this call, including those of us in the room. Here's my invitation. It's a question. What is it that you could do or would need to do so that you lived in your stretch zone during this intensive? So I'm not saying in your comfort zone. So as I say, the material is going to be great. The people are going to be great. The course is great. You're going to get something out of it. I'm not talking about that. That's a given. I want to know, for you to have had this course make a sincere difference in your life as a game changer, given what we're up to, given what Bill was just describing, what is it? What do you need to do? What could you do to consciously make sure you're in your stretch zone during this course? That's the question. It's a chat, and I'm going to be silent. You can just close your eyes and think about that for a minute. See what's really true, what comes up to you, even if you wish it weren't there in your head. And if you'd be willing, post it on the chat. What is it that you need to do or you could do so that you're in your stretch zone for the duration of this course? And again, John just gave us a great invitation. If there are areas we know we're already comfortable, maybe we're talking about the other areas.
I'm touched how many people are writing books.
So, you know what, even if you don't have an answer tonight, I would suggest this is a good question to keep in mind. And you know what, you may want to invite one of the participants in the course to be your buddy, to support you in finding ways to stretch and backing you up to make sure you do. So this is kind of an open invitation to request that of somebody else, either on a discussion forum or in your small group or who you just know is taking the course. But to be mindful, to be proactive about it, rather than, gosh, I hope the course really does something. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to mention one key power that we all have right now, and that is the power of money. You know, we are all committed in one way or another to this, to taking action. And for a lot of us, this is a huge step to take. So first and foremost, I salute your commitment to your action. And I want you to kind of take a moment to imagine, you know, we're here doing this course. Dennis, who started this course or started with the opening sacred space, is volunteering his time. There are a whole bunch of people who not only are learning themselves, but have committed themselves to supporting others. I really want you to imagine this commitment and how it feels right now to be interconnected with everybody, and to explore the possibility of helping others actually be able to participate in this. You know, the course actually costs money. We've crunched the numbers and we think it takes about $200 a person to run. At the end of the course, when we get to the final community gathering, we're going to be asking you to really apply the power of your money and get behind the intensive. You know, I mentioned that one of the key ways that the intensive is going to keep going is through your enthusiasm and sharing it with your community. The other is, frankly, your support of it, and you know,
financial support.
Financial support, absolutely. So really want you to hold that in your hearts for now, that really contributing to supporting the intensive is a solid way of not only exercising your commitment to action, but also giving others the opportunity to take this on. So, you know, as the modules go by, and we are going to come back to this on November 12th, we're going to be asking you for money, but in the meantime, we have actually created a link on the course website where you can actually donate now in any number of different ways and amounts that you have capacity to. The website, you can take the uptous.org/intensive/donate, but you can also find it right on the front of the course website. So hopefully you'll hold that in your heart, and we most certainly salute not only the commitment that you've shown already, but your capacity to make this happen for other people as well. I want to close off with some logistics, a couple of little housekeeping things, if that's okay.
Sure.
So a really important thing is small groups. So small groups are going to start again, or the next round of small groups are going to start this Saturday. It doesn't mean that you have yours on Saturday, but they go from Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So keep in mind that your small group is coming up, and you know, while it's not necessary, it's always a good idea to explore at least a significant percentage of the content before you go into the meeting, just because it's a great opportunity to actually go into more depth of what that material means to you, how it's affected you. So definitely keep that in mind. And as always, as a courtesy to other people, please let your other participants know if you can't come to the meeting. You know, we've all got busy lives, totally fine, but your presence actually makes a big difference to people. So just send your team an email if you don't think you'll be able to make it. It makes a big difference for them.
And I want to underline that point. We let people do a really massive feedback at the end of the intensive. One of the most heartbreaking things for a lot of the participants last time was people people didn't come to the small groups. And while they had great meetings, they wondered what happened to Charlie and Lynn and Dennis. So just simply saying, look, I'm traveling for the next 2 weeks. I won't be there. As Mario says, it really makes a difference to your group.
Tracy mentioned feedback. I can't overstate this enough. We deeply need and appreciate any feedback you have, whether it's on the community gathering, a piece of content, or anything at all. You will find a feedback button on the course website. I beseech you, please, if you've got something you'd like to share, go ahead and throw it out. We actually spend a lot of time going through feedback, and it really lands. A lot of what you're seeing is due to people bringing up ideas that actually end up affecting other people and makes a really big difference.
Yeah,
so,
this intensive is better than the first one, frankly. I mean, just because people were really generous and supported us. So.
Yeah, and you will see on the course website, on the home page, an opportunity to give us feedback on this particular live community gathering and every other live community gathering as well. We're definitely interested in any feedback you might have on it.
I want to remind you what we mentioned earlier about the Great Stuff button. I believe that's going to be up tonight. Again, anything great you come upon in your life, and we're living wonderful, rich lives, all 300 of us, be sure and post it there for the rest of the community. Some of it may make its way into the next intensive. You never know.
So evolutionary activism will be available momentarily. I urge you to jump in. It's a meaty, wonderful module. It'll open tonight, and you can start jumping into that in preparation for your small groups.
And a reminder, we're going to be leaving this chat room open for at least 10 more minutes. So once we sign off, if there's anything else you want just to put on the record, you want to communicate with anyone else, because people have been so great about not overdoing the chats while we're having the course, we want to make sure you do have a real-time opportunity to chat with one another if you wish.
Wonderful. Well,
this was kind of fun.
This was fun.
You guys, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. And so just to check, I think we ended up with about 100 people on. So to all of you across the globe, day or night, we send you deep love, heartfelt salute to your commitment, to you making the effort to be here, whatever time it is at your place of the world.
Stretch zone, stretch zone.
Yes.
Keep that in mind.
We will see you again November 12th. That's the date of our next community gathering. So put it in your calendars. And like Tracy said, the chat room will be open for the next 10-15 minutes. And we will make a recording of this available on the course website.
Good night.
Good night, folks. Bye-bye.